Hand out. 1-all. Hand out. 2-1. Stroke to winner. 3-1. Forward, right side. Five, 1. Up. Hand out. 2-5. That's that. 2-5. The safety.
No, side.
Oh, side. Right side, please. 2-5. Three, 5. Four, 5. Stroke to up. Time up. 5-all. Left side. Out. And out. 6-5. Down. And out. 6-all.
Right here, Maria.
Down. And out. 7-6. Time. 7.
Go, Maria, let's go.
That's it.
9-7. And out. 8-9.
Right now, Maria.
Yes, bet. 8-9. Down. And out. 10-8. Game ball. Out. 11-8. Time up. Time out leads 1 game to love. 1-3. Out. 2-3.
Go, Maria. Come on.
Go, Greta.
Down. And out for 2. No, that. Reconsider. Yes, led. 4-2. Right side. Yes, led. 4-2. Yes, led. 4-2. Blocking your path to the ball.
Should I come out? But then I don't want to get bold. I am coming out.
Like that, please. 4-2.
Right now, Maria. Go, Karina.
Yes, led. 4-2. Interference. And she could have got to the ball.
Isn't it?
Kick over here. You run into her. 4-2.
Go, Maria.
Down.
Go, Greta.
Here we go, Maria. Here we go.
And out. 3-4. Yes, led. 3-4. 6-3. Left side. Stroke to timeout. Seven, 3. And out for 7. Go left. And out. 8-4. Out. 9-4. Game ball. Right side. Two love. Down.
Right here, Maria.
And out. 1, 2. Yes, left. 1, 2.
Go, Karina.
Go, Maria.
Out.
Now, Maria, now.
2 out. Down. And out. 3, 2. Stroke to timeout. 4, 2.
Go, Maria.
And out. 3, 4. Down.
Let's go, Maria. Let's go.
4 all.
That's it. Keep going.
5, 4.
Go, Karina.
Go, Maria. Let's go.
6, 4. No land. And out. 5, 6.
Here we go, Maria.
Go, Karina.
6 all. No land. Yeah, the better way to the
Go,
ball.
Karina.
7, 6. The ball passed you and had the better way to go and play the body instead. 7, 6.
Let's go, Maria. Let's go. Come on.
8-6. Hand out, 7-8. Yes, left. And away.
Going green up.
7-8.
Here we go, Maria. Here we go.
Going green up.
Hand out, 9-7. Hand out.
I'll introduce you to Tim. I think you'll enjoy him. We love your tennis conversations.
8-9. Yes, left. 8-9.
We just told him that we the tennis business.
Rebounding. 8-9.
Right here, Maria.
You're not playing us. So you played a club pro 20 years ago. And this pro club is going to kick it. Never take one. 2 games. And then kick it. And so,
And all.
yeah, no, but India Wells. India Wells. That was pretty amazing facility.
Please play on.
I love it. I like it.
9-8. 9-9. All.
Go, Maria. Let's go. Come on.
Play on, please.
Yeah.
So, to time out. 10-9. Not 12.
Okay, Maria. Let's go. Come on.
Going green up.
No left.
No, that.
You play the body instead of the ball. The ball will start to the left. 11-9. Back to timeout. Move to the left.
Great match.
Press. Hey, everybody, okay. Nobody's going anywhere. Everybody stay where you are. We got a big presentation, folks. Right now, you are going to witness some history in our sport of squash. This is the 2025 Canadian Squash Hall of Fame induction ceremony. That's right. That's right. Hey, come on. That's right. Let's cheer. Let's cheer. this is going to be amazing. Now, as we're getting ready here for the first inductee, I just want to, look at the setup. The Cricket Club has done an amazing setup. We've got this beautiful glass court. It weighs 20,000 pounds. No, it actually only weighs 2,000 pounds, but that's a ton, and that's a lot. This is tempered glass all the way from Germany. Now, a piece did break earlier today, but we replaced it. So if some of you are missing your windshields when you go back to your car, you'll know why. You'll be all set. You're getting back to the game. Okay, folks, so we're going to roll the first video for the first inductee. Here we go. Let's roll it up, J. Nix. Everybody, look at your money. Rewind.
All right, thank you. So as Jim said, my name is Trevor Borland, and I've been given the honor of introducing our next inductee, Elena Miller, into the Squash Canada Hall of Fame. I've had the privilege of being a teammate, coach, and close friend of Elena. Elena was born and raised in Winnipeg, Manitoba in July 1980, the only daughter to Helen and Tony Miller. As Manitoba Junior Provincial Team teammates, Elena and I grew up playing racket sports together at the Winnipeg Canoe Club under the tutelage of legendary rackets coach in Winnipeg, Archie Chawla. Elena and I first crossed paths in a summer tennis camp of Archie's in July 1988, with me being 12 and Elena being 8. She likely saw me as big man on campus, despite the fact that she was already taller than me at 8 years old. If it wasn't for one rainy summer day when Archie took us in to play squash, we may not be standing here today. Rumor has it she saw a little 12-year-old running around in Andre Agassi tennis shorts on the squash court, making it look pretty fun, and wanted to give it a try herself. Elena continued on with both tennis and squash, but also added badminton to her list of talents. In squash, Elena won 5 national junior championships between 1992 and 97, competed for Canada at the 1997 World Championships where they finished 5th, and Elena was part of the Manitoba team that placed 2nd at the 1995 Canada Winter Games. Elena flourished in badminton as well, winning the national junior title in 96 and a finalist in 98, and was part of the Canadian team that won gold at the Pan Am Championships in 98 as well. She was also part of the team Toba that won bronze at the 1999 Canada Winter Games for badminton. And then there was tennis. From 1998 to 2002, Elena was a 5-time Manitoba Open singles and doubles champion in the senior division. And then pickleball. She's brutal. So that's where you gotta get her, quick. Around 2001, Elena's focus shifted mostly to squash, and I got to start working with Elena in a coaching role, being the new pro at the Winter Club. Elena was amazing to work with. Anyone that knows Elena knows that big smile and positive energy she brings, and I got to see that on a daily basis. Elena's placing at Nationals quickly improved as she went from 8th to 3rd to Canadian champion in 2004. She went on to win the national title in both 2007 and 2008, losing out in 2005 and 2010. And there was an incredible run of Manitobans from 2003 to 2008, where the Manitoba women won the Canadian title 5 of 6 years, with Elena winning 3 of them. Amongst many great international results she has, I know Elena considers her 2005 gold medal win at the Pan Am Championships over longtime Mexican rival and top 20 player Samantha Taryn one of the biggest wins of her career. In 2008, at the height of her career, before injuries started to slow her down, she was the driving force behind bringing a women's PSA event to Winnipeg, which we ran for 8 consecutive years and brought many top world-class players to our city. She reached a career high of number 30 on the World Tour and won a gold medal in the team and an individual in the silver at the Pan Am Games in Brazil in 2007. Equally impressive as her on-court game is Elena's off-the-court game. Elena went and got herself a science degree from the U of M, an MBA from the U of C, before finally settling on a medical degree where she works today in Toronto as a geriatrician. In Elena's personal life over the years, like her squash, there was some losses and some poor decisions, but she managed to win the title there as well, marrying the guy I think we all wish we were married to. So I'm so happy to have Elena and Will as my close friends, despite our current geographical distance. With our kids being basically the same age and her master's years now ahead of her, I hope to see Elena around the squash courts for many years to come. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome into the Squash Canada Hall of Fame, Elena Miller.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Trev, for those kind words, and thank you to Squash Canada for this tremendous honor. I am so grateful to be inducted into the Squash Canada Hall of Fame. As I reflect on my squash journey, one thing is clear: it takes a village. I owe much to the many people who supported me, but 2 individuals stand out: my coaches, Archie Chawla and Trev Borland. My journey with squash started at age 6 at Archie Chawla's tennis camp. Yes, tennis. But this was no ordinary tennis camp. We were taught the proper technique, the correct grip, and how to hit targets to win the coolest prizes, like gator gum, fluorescent pink grip, and Kit Kat. Rainy days brought us indoors to play squash and badminton. That's when squash first took hold. A decent tennis serve, it turned out, made for a surprisingly good squash serve. And I think we were all a little surprised when I won the Canadian Under-12 Championships in Calgary in 1992 with a tennis serve. Archie had a gift. He created this welcoming, competitive program that made squash fun for kids at every level. He built my foundation as a player, teaching technique and movement, even though I was almost always the slowest one on the court, and a deep love for the game. After the canoe club closed, my journey took me to new courts and a new coach, Trevor Borland. Trev was awesome for 3 reasons. First, he was the steadiest, most consistent hitting partner you could His feeds were surgical. Second, he was incredibly generous with his time, setting aside early mornings to hit. These sessions were part training, part life chats, and they shaped both my squash and who I am today. And third, and most important, Trev believed in me. He convinced me I could beat competitors like Runa, like Marnie, like Melanie, and Carolyn by taking the ball early, by volleying everything I can reach, and by using my short game. As well, my village included trailblazing women who were role models. In the 90s, Winnipeg was this hot spot for squash. I watched fellow Winnipeggers, Marnie and Carolyn, win gold at the '99 Pan Am Games, right in Winnipeg. It was unreal. Marnie demystified the Pro Tour for me. She laid out exactly what it took to get into qualifying draws. And that conversation helped me realize that I, too, could play international events. Marnie and Carolyn weren't just squash stars, they were scholars. Marnie studied law, and Carolyn was an engineer who was doing fancy physics equations off court. This was very motivating. Looking back at my years of competitive squash, what stands out are the friendships, the travel, and the resilience built through tough losses and injuries. Oh, those injuries. The discipline and life lessons that I gained extended far beyond the court. Squash has served me well. My medical school application comprised of sports accomplishments. I had nothing else. I guess those reviewing my application recognized that those accomplishments reflected perseverance, discipline, and grit. And this sent me on my path beyond squash. Wherever I go, there's always a court, a community, and a way to connect with sport friends. This isn't goodbye. I hope to be back on court one day, maybe at a Canadian Masters event once I'm fitter. And I anticipate I will soon be that parent with butterflies cheering nervously as my kids compete in their first squash tournaments. Thank you, Squash Canada, for this honor to be recognized alongside such an esteemed group of Hall of Famers is something I treasure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Elena Miller is now a member of the esteemed Canadian Squash Hall of Fame. A beautiful speech. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have one more induction before the next match. One more induction, and we'll get to the next match. So everyone, grab a couple of seats then. If you, there's Mr. Vinny Taylor is in the house. You know, shout out, Vinny. Always good to see Vinny. Lovely photo. Okay, folks, we are going to roll the next video once again. Elena Miller. Okay, next video we're going to roll. Jamie's going to roll the next video, and then we'll get with our second induction. Here we go. Okay, folks, most of you know this next gentleman I'm about to introduce. He is a 3-time Canadian national champion, but perhaps his best accomplishment along was getting this amazing woman to marry him. Right? Let me bring up Mr. Graham Reiner.
Okay. So I actually met Marty when we were both 10 years old, living in Winnipeg. I met her at the canoe club. So I was already a competitive junior at that time, and Marty was just starting to play squash with her dad now. I'm on the court with my younger brother Dave, and I see this girl sort of hovering around the back of the court. So I quickly kick my younger brother off the court. And I go up to Marty and ask her if she wants to hit. And, you know, as a 10-year-old, I'm sort of thinking probably the best way to impress this cute girl is if I just proceed to beat her 9 love, 9 love, 9 love, shake her hand, and that's that. So she later confessed that she was totally intimidated with the invite, and the whole experience was traumatic and not very enjoyable at all. So, way to nail the first date, Graham. So Marty's story, she grew up in Winnipeg, very athletic kid, and her parents wanted to introduce her and her brother Gord to racket sports, so they joined the Winnipeg Canoe Club. She ultimately took to squash, and under Archie Chal as astute coaching, and he's here tonight, she won a couple of junior titles, one in the under 14 and one in the under 16. But it wasn't really until later that she finished her undergrad at the University of Manitoba, and a fellow Hall of Famer, Mel Jans, invited her to move to Toronto and really give squash a go. So 21 years old, she moves to Toronto. She joins our group under the National Training Center. Coach Mike Way was sort of leading the charge, and she really starts to find her groove. 3 years later, she wins her first national title. And then during this period, sort of 96 to 2003, she represents Canada 3 times on the women's national team. She competes for Canada twice at the Pan Am Games, 99 and 2003, and I think probably a highlight for her would have been representing Canada at the 99 Pan Am Games in Winnipeg. She's a fiercely proud pegger. She got a world ranking up to number 30 in the world in 1999. But I think one of my favorite accomplishments for Marty was in 2000. She's back at law school, and she's competing for Canada at the World University Championships in Prague, Czech Republic. She's down 8-4 in the 5th to a woman from Hong Kong who's 18 in the world at the time. She manages to claw her way back, wins 10-8, and she adds an impressive World University Champion to her resume. And then lastly, in 2001, she takes a year off from law school. She still has a squash itch that she needs to scratch, and so she lives and trains full-time in Amsterdam for a year, and she ultimately puts that whole experience to good use. And in May 2003, she's now back in law school, and she wins her second national title in Calgary. So with that, let's introduce our next inductee, Marty Mason.
Also, congrats to my fellow inductees, Clive, Gord, Elena, Steve. I look forward to learning more about your squash journeys. I learned a lot about yours today, Elena, too, and it was lovely. So this event has made me reflect on the huge impact that squash has had on really every aspect of my life, as an athlete and personally and professionally. And really, I want to use this time to thank the people that are the reasons I chose squash as my sport and helped me develop as a junior player and into my 20s. So I'm going to start with my coaches. You've already heard that Archie Chawla is here today. He flew from Winnipeg to see Elena and I, and this is really special. Heather Wallace, Mike Way, and Jean Turk were also really important in my squash journey. And these people were all great squash coaches, and I could say so much about each of them and their unique skills and experience that helped me on court, but really, it's the fact that they're great people that I want to talk about today. And as I said, their impact on me was as a junior and in my 20s, and really the biggest thing is they were such kind people and very, very positive, and they made, we spent a lot of time on the squash court, and I'm just really grateful that all these people were such incredible role models. So back to Archie. Our player-coach relationship started when I was 10 years old, actually on the badminton court. My parents took my brother Gord and I to the canoe club to find out about this junior squash program that Archie was running. And we got a tour of the Winnipeg Canoe Club, and soon ended up in his rackets pro shop getting geared up for our racket sports junior careers, my brother and I got an aluminum badminton racket, a Slashner squash racket, and some Yonex indoor court shoes. It was a big deal. The next day, I showed up at junior badminton lessons, and I remember this like it was yesterday. There was a whole lineup of junior kids who were already in the program, and Archie was feeding birds, and you'd take your turn, you'd hit a bird, and we'd walk around and to the back of the lineup. And as I approached the front, I got increasingly nervous as the new kid, and it was flowing quickly. Nobody was shanking, nobody was missing, and suddenly it was my turn. So I'm there, and I'm ready, and he puts his racket down and the bird, and he walks all the way around the net up to me. The whole play stops. He takes my racket out of my hand and starts to unwrap the plastic wrap from my racket. I was mortified. I quickly pivoted to squash, maybe because of that horrifying experience. And from there were years of junior squash days at the Canoe Club, in his programs, lessons with Archie, and also I have to say the Sunday round robin put on by the late Rick Borland was a fixture, and I did that all through my junior days. All the juniors in Winnipeg remember that. Trevor, you've heard from Trevor, that's Trevor's dad. And Trevor, Rick, and Archie and Elena, and a whole long list of people were a really important part of my junior squash days. Heather Wallace. Heather, as a top player who was world number 4 at one point, gave so much to me in terms of time and her wisdom on the squash court. But the fact that she played pro for so many years is the reason that inspired me to play, and I think probably Mel as well. Aside from that, she's a really smart, resourceful person, and long before the days of smartphones, she took us on incredible adventures when we were traveling. And Jess tomorrow probably will remember the Malaysian jungle experience, swimming in a waterfall, torrential rainpour. It was so fun, and we have a lot of stories like that. And so Heather was great on court, but also just a wonderful person. Mike Way, many know about Mike Way's gift as a squash coach, but it was his quirky sense of humor and his introspective approach to life and the mental side of squash that I remember most fondly. Training at a centralized location under Mike and Bob Bowers, who gave endless volunteer hours, alongside a number of pros, was a really incredible opportunity. I would love to see something like that re-evolve one day. Jean Turk, as the men's national coach, it was a privilege to get on court with him during my junior squash days in Winnipeg. He has an ear-to-ear grin. Many of you will know him, and he's a lovely person. And what a jackpot to get to work with all of those people through my junior days. I want to speak quickly about some fellow players, including Melanie Jans. You heard about the National Training Center for Squash in Toronto. After my undergrad degree, I moved to Toronto, and there were a lot of players who trained there, but the ones I crossed over with were Jonathan Power, Shahir Razik, Kelly Patrick, Graham Riding, Melanie Jans, Marco Green, Steph Hewitt, and Shauna Keating. I learned so much there about how to train and compete as a pro. Most of us were in our 20s and living in a big city with lots of distractions. I don't think many of you will be surprised to know that where I learned to take care of my body and mind and eat properly, get enough rest, and learn to operate as a pro, those skills did not come from the dudes like Jonathan Howard and the rest of the people on that list. They came from Mel Jans, mainly, because I spent most time traveling with her. She was 2 years older than me, and I really looked up to her. She had an incredible work ethic. She competed in a gritty, never any excuses way, and she was an excellent training and travel partner, and I can't imagine how different my experience would have been without Mel. Mel's here today. Last page. Okay, my family, I'm just going to quickly, you heard about my beginning with Graham, beginning the story, how we met when we were 10. We've been spouses, partners for 26 years, and I'm only going to say that's in the list of great things from squash. That's definitely in the list, and I can hear my kids right now going, Mom, stop blazing Dad. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Definite bonus of squash, my husband. My parents. Now that I'm a parent, I reflect a lot on how my parents approached kids' sports in our household, and all the many life lessons that come from sports. We were pushed to put in the work and do our best, and after that, the message was strongly that our sport did not define us. There was more to life than the wins and losses on a squash court, like being a kind person in a good sport. I hope my kids are listening. My mom is here today. My mom does not have a competitive bone in her body. Was always fully engaged and present, but she really didn't care about results, or squash results. I, of course, felt a lot of pressure at times, and her outlook had a very necessary calming effect on me. My dad, Don Maisley, my late dad, Don Maisley, passed away 13 years ago. He pushed my brother and I hard, but there was never any shame in losing. If we had done our best in our preparation and on game day, never any shame. He was the most amazing squash dad. He absolutely loved sports events like this that celebrated athletes, coaches, and builders. He would have listened to every word that's going to be said about every inductee today. He would have loved it. This would have been a really big deal for him. But his brother, my Uncle Brian Maisley, and my brother Gord, who's sitting up there, flew in last night as a surprise to me. Their presence is very special, along with my mom being here is the next best thing to having my dad here. Thank you.
Okay, there you have it, folks. Marty Mason, now a member of the esteemed Canadian Squash Hall of Fame. We are going to have the match play will resume in 5 minutes, but Elena's video had no music, so we're going to play a let, and we are going to play that point over right now. Jamie Nichols, while the other players are warming up, let's put a little nice music to Elena's. Where's that music? Oh yeah, there we go. All right.
gentlemen, if I could have your attention, oh, this mic is hot. We've got an amazing squash crowd here today, lots of legends of the game, and we're about to watch an amazing squash match. I think you're all going to be entertained. As you tell war stories about how good you all were, you're going to be able to watch guys that are doing it right now. This is the semifinals of the 2025 Guilfoyle PSA Classic. We're into the short strokes now. These gentlemen have been fighting their way through the draw to get to this point. First to the court, in the first round he defeated Bailey Malik of England. In the second round he defeated Perry Malik of England. Took out both brothers. In the quarterfinals last night he took out Omar Said. He currently goes to the University of Pennsylvania where he amassed a 21-0 record this year and won the College Squash Association individual and team championships. This guy's the real deal. Please welcome Solomon Khalil. His opponent tonight has spent considerably less time on court, razor blading through the draw to this point. In the first round, he defeated Agarwal of India 3-0. In the quarterfinals, he defeated Ling of Hong Kong, also 3-0. Currently sits at number 70 in the world. In 2022, this was your world junior champion right here on the power court today. Please welcome from the Netherlands, Rowan Damen. Good luck, gentlemen.
Men's semifinal match. Rowan Damming of Netherlands to serve. Salman Khalil of Egypt to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all. No love. 2 love. Down.
I hit him in the swing.
Yes, I saw the contact. Okay, left ball. There was contact. I saw it. It was contact on the way. It was minor. 2 love. Stroke to Danny. Hand out. 1-3. Stroke to Daming. 2-3. Stroke to Daming. 3-all. It's a stroke. You're in his swing. You're in his third swing. I made my decision. 3-all.
4-3. And out for all. Yes, let. Yes, let. There was sufficient interference. Yes, let. Play on, please. No let.
What?
You had the shot.
Sorry?
6-5. 6-5. You had the shot. You had the shot. No let. Right box, please. Right box. 6-5.
No, 6-4.
6-4. Sorry. 6-4. Hand out. 5-6. Down. Hand out. 7-5. Not up. And out, 6-7. Yes, let, but Mr. Damon, you need to attempt that ball. And out, 8-6. Game ball. Hand out, 7-10, game ball. Eight, 10, game ball. No leg. 9, 10, game ball. You okay? Stroke to damage, 10 all. Player must win by 2 points. Stay on the court, please, Mr. Field. You are in his way. He would have hit you if he swung. This is a stroke. Please play on. Please play on. Conduct warning for descent, Mr. Khalil. Left box, please.
Left deck, guys.
Down. That falls down. Hand out, 11-10, game ball, okay. Yes, let. Yes, let. You have to let him clear.
Left deck, guys.
Khalil leads 1-8 to love. Love all. One love. Not up.
No way! That ball was so good.
2 love. Ball is down.
He calls it good as well.
The ball is good, the ball is good.
You want to play the lights? Yeah. Thank you. Left ball. 1 love. Two love. Three love. Stroke to Khalil. 4 love. Not up. And out. 1-4. Stroke 11. 2-4. Left box, please. And out. 5-2. Yes, let. Minimal interference. Yes, let. Enough for the safety. Out.
Come on!
And out. 3-5. Stroke to Khalil. And out. 6-3. And out. 4-6. No lets. You want the wrong
Standing like this here.
Hand out. 7-4. You took the wrong pattern. No let. Hand out. 5-7.
Blijf denken, hè. Is goed, hè.
Hand out. 8-5. Down. 9-5. Game ball. Eleven 5, game to Khalil. Khalil leads 2 games to 11.
Good job, buddy.
one love.
I hit them in my swing.
With minimal interference, your swing was okay. One love. Two love. Are you okay? Sorry, before you leave, what's wrong? Contact in your eye? Yeah, sure. 3 minutes. It'll be a pause in game or injury time.
Ref. What are we doing? Yeah, 35, I mean, 50. Running out of boxes.
Injury time. Too low. It's too low. Quiet, please. Out. 3 love. Yes, let.
My black tank is scared about.
Yes, let. For love. And out. 1-4. Yes, light.
Why?
Yes.
Where's the line that way?
He denied him access to the ball.
What's he doing?
And out 5-1. And out 2-5. Three, 5. Four, 5. Took the wrong time. No left. 5-all. Court service?
Court service is just me.
Stop. Gentlemen, please allow your opponent access to the ball. Carry on, thank you. 5-all. Stroke to Daniel. Yes, you back right into it. 6-5. Hand out. 6-all. Seven, 6. Eight, 6. You had the shots, and you played for the opponent. Hand out, 9-7. Hand out, 8-9. Stroke to Damming, 9-all. You went directly into his line. You need to clear better, you went directly into his line. Please resume play. 9-all. Yes, let his racket got caught up with you. Nine all. Down. Sorry, no. 10-9, game ball. And out, 10 all. Player must win by 2 points. Down. 11-10. Match ball.
Okay, in a match, folks, don't go anywhere. Nobody go anywhere. We've got some more inductions for the Hall of Fame. Let's wish Salman luck tomorrow in the finals. What a great match that was, folks. Okay, so we had two inductions earlier today, Elena Miller and Marty Mason. And we've got some more inductions here. Some people filing out, but some people filing in. There's lots of seats here. Everybody wants to come over, grab a seat. There are lots of seats over here, folks. Okay, folks, everybody come on in, get settled in. Everybody settle in here. Come on now. Everybody settle in, ready for the next induction. Okay, folks, if I can have everybody's attention, please, if we can calm down just a little bit. We've got the next inductee coming up for the 2025 Canadian Squash Hall of Fame. Okay, let's run that video. We're going to run the video. Here we go. Next, we're running the video. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, crank up the volume. Here we go. Cricket Club, and a member of the Ontario Squash Hall of Fame himself, Mr. Pat Richardson. Hey everyone, thank you for being, can you hear me okay? Thank you for being here to recognize a great Canadian squash player. Now? Okay, thanks for being here to recognize a great Canadian squash player. I'm Pat Richardson, and it's my honor to introduce you to Gordon Anderson. Gordon was Canada's top player in the mid-70s, and he played squash with flair and creativity and a great sense of humor that made him always a gallery favorite. Gordon showed that a player could compete and succeed while respecting his opponent's good play and the referee's hard work, so I like to think of him as a fine product of the Cricket Club Junior program. I was in Montreal in the gallery in 1973 with Mike Zonier when Gordon won his first Canadian championship. And what I remember that day was if a ball got left mid-court on Gordon's forehand, it was like it was coming out of a gun. He didn't force it. He didn't look like a guy benching 300 pounds. It just came off his racket differently. And, it came off his racket differently, and that's when rackets were wood, and they weighed twice what they do now. And I was in the gallery at the Manhattan Squash Club in '79 when Gordon, when Gordon was down 8-13 in the fifth to Stu Goldstein, and he came back using those hypersonic forehands and his signature double boasts to win that match 18-16. Rob Dinnerman, that wonderful squash journalist, described Gordon best when he wrote, "Great North American players like Gordon Anderson, who could hit the ball harder and at more angles than anyone else, and always enjoyed doing it." And I wish I'd been in the gallery at the Harvard Club in New York in '74 when Gordon won the Cowls, beating five-time U.S. champ Victor Niederhofer at the height of Victor's streak. Despite playing on Victor's home court, I bet Gordon is the gallery favorite. Gordon lived right across the street from here on Wilson Avenue when he took up squash at age 11, so we walked by these rinks 1,000 times to get to the court. Gordon won the Ontario Junior, reached the final of the U.S. Junior, and in '71 represented Canada at the first ISRF World Championship in New Zealand. In '73, Gordon won that Canadian singles and the doubles and reached the final of the U.S. singles. The next year, he successfully defended that singles crown, and he also won the first Canadian softball title before he turned professional. For the next 7 seasons, Gordon was ranked one of the top 5 professionals in North America every year, and won the Mexican Open, Bermuda Open, and the World Doubles. For 5 seasons, starting in 1977, Gordon posted an annual upset over the otherwise nearly invincible Sharif Khan. Minneapolis, Boston, Kitchener, Atlantic City, and New York. Sorry, Sharif, but I know if anyone was going to sneak one by you back in the day, we wanted to be Gordon. In addition to being a great player, Gordon made an extraordinary contribution to the growth of squash in North America. In the 70s and 80s, he co-owned and operated the Bay Street Racket Club and then the Toronto Squash Club. Then the Squash Academy, I apologize, before moving to Buffalo in '87 to open a company, Anderson Courts. Not enough is made of it, but Gordon played an enormous role in North America's transition from hardball to international squash by building and converting 2,000 courts over the next 30 years. Gordon had an outstanding career to the benefit of all squash players. Congratulations, Gordon, on your well-deserved induction to the Canadian Squash Hall of Fame.
a bit, and thank you, Pat, for the introduction. I am so happy to be back at the Cricket Club. Honored to be inducted into the Canadian Hall of Fame. This is bittersweet for all of the things that I see on the photos and the memories of the tournaments. In 65 years of playing squash, I've never seen or played in a kind of club that one right here was still my favorite, the Cricket Club. Growing up, we were members, and my sister Bonnie was a rising star in figure skating. I was around 10 years old when Craig Benson, Clive Caldwell, Billy McDonnell, and I pretty well much became the first junior squash program of the club, with of course Jim Bentley as our coach. And thinking back to Jim Bentley, I can remember him getting into my face when I was that old and saying, he said, "You're only as good as your worst point." And at that age, I couldn't figure it out, and I still can't figure it out. The four of us were very different as juniors growing up. Billy was the smart one, Craig, the most talented, Clive, very methodical. Not much has changed today. We took on the U.S. players and surprised them with how good we were and how much fun we had. Our road trips were legendary, and our manager, chaperone, and driver in his old Rambler was Vincent Taylor. I'm so happy that Vinny is here today, and he too should be celebrated as if it wasn't for him. And the foundation he gave junior squash in Canada wouldn't be close to the success that it is today. We do go back quite a while when you're back into the early 70s. When we became good junior players, we were accepted into the squash section and played in the Toronto District League, including adult tournaments such as the Ontario Teams and the 1967 Centennial Team Tournament, which was a lot of fun. I mean, these were really big times for us. Squash gave us an opportunity to be with great adult role models. Mentors like Ian Stewart, Jack Fairs, Don Leggett, and Jim Mason. If y'all remember Jim Mason, volley, volley, volley. And if you don't know Barney Lawrence, he's now deceased. He always was very good from Kitchener, Ontario. I'm playing a doubles against him in a match, and he always likes a story because he hit me in the warm-up. So he loves to, we played with a big heavy hardball, and so he wanted to stay away from that heavy hardball. I had no idea what I was going to do when I graduated from Ryerson. Ralph Gardner kindly hired me as assistant manager at the Skyline Club. It was the beginning of my interest in club business and the possibility of being a pro. The talented and fun Aussie, the pro, Ken Binns, was the head pro, and he showed us a great time. There's no greater thrill than to win the Canadian singles and the doubles during that time at the Skyline Club. I still can't believe that I beat one of my heroes, Colin Adair, in the finals one year. He must have been quite ill, but I'll take the win. And who would ever think I'd be selected to represent Canada on the first official team in the early 70s to play in the World Softball Team Championships in New Zealand. I remember painting the face of the #2 player from Egypt, Abbas Kaoud. I made him run around the hotel where all the teams were staying, whooping it up like a North American Indian if he was on a warpath. And all of a sudden, all of the team members from the world enjoyed it, got to know each other. Even in Wellington, New Zealand, we players were guests of a very nice fashion show. And Mike Corby, who was the #1 player in England at that time, convinced me to go backstage, dress up as a woman, and be the last model on the runway. I guess I kept up the Canadian reputation, eh? By 1976, at the mature age of 26, there was no stopping me. I was asked to be a minority partner in the exciting venture called the Bay Street Racket Club. town. It was the most talked about and most popular squash club in the city. I mean, how does a club have a court 6 on pub nights when there are only 5 squash courts in the club? What club rents an 18-person jacuzzi outside and across from Children's Hospital on pub nights? We had more marriages and divorces happen within that 7-year period than any other club across Canada. Even Mick Jagger came and played squash one day at the club. So after Bay Street, I got serious and I partnered with Billy McInnell in the Squash Academy. What a great 7 years. We had 16 squash courts, over 2,000 members on a pay-as-you-play basis, and a very busy bar. Surprisingly, we did well, even with Billy's afternoon naps on the laundry bags, and many late nights taking care of our members on pub nights. There was something magical about the Squash Academy and the many lifelong friendships we both made. I think Billy and I were both experts at introducing the game of squash and mixing in the social side at the same time. We had a Thursday night pro night challenge, and I would take on a C or a D player, member of the club, and I would dress in full scuba gear. So I'd have flippers, snorkel, cylinder in the back, everything, and take them on. The place was packed on Thursday nights. And after that, Billy would take on another member playing with a frying pan. So he'd be up in the court with a frying pan, which didn't go anywhere, but it certainly attracted people to the club. I remember in 1986, during a loud party at my house on Balmoral Avenue, getting a phone call and yelling across the room to my beautiful wife, Carrie, that there was someone on the phone asking me if I would like to go play an unofficial test series against South Africa in Johannesburg, Durban, and Cape Town. Carrie was used to waving back at me and giving me the thumbs up to my pleading questions in the crowd. So off I went with Gary Waite and Jamie Hickox, number 1 and 2 in Canada at that time, for 3 weeks of an unforgettable squash trip. I can't mention all these memorial moments without saying something about the great Sharif, who's here tonight. First of all, I wish my parents named me Sharif. I would have won everything too if I went, but I never got the name Sharif. Anyway, Sharif raised the bar in all of our games when he came to Toronto. Anyone who can win 6 or 7 North American Opens in a row is mind-boggling. I remember actually winning a couple of tournament matches over Sharif. Unfortunately, they were semifinals, so I thought I had won everything. I proceeded to win the Saturday night party as well, which made me an easy target for Clive Caldwell and Mike Desaulniers to win the next day. One last story. One of my major tournaments, it was, I think, the Canadian Singles in Vancouver. I ended up winning it, and the prize was a complimentary round trip to next year's Nationals. I thought, this is great. Well, they gave me a big card, and when I opened it, they had stuck a subway token inside the Nationals, was what I won. So I thought, well, that's, go back and forth between Vancouver and Toronto. Squash is much more than a game for me. It's been my hobby and passion, and I feel I'm the luckiest guy to have made it my life's work for the last 35 years as a court builder. Timing was perfect as the game was changing. From the narrow court and the hard ball to the more popular international game on the wider court with the softball, how great to be able to talk squash all day long during my career. And to win a few tournaments along the way was a bonus. Yes, I'm a lucky guy, and I'm grateful to those who have the right vision for squash development. I congratulate Marty, Elena, Steve, and Clive, and I'm honored to be inducted alongside them. But finally, I beat you, Clive. I'm in the Hall of Fame first.
Hey, there folks? Sound okay? Oh, there we go. There we have it. It is official. Mr. Gordon Anderson is in the esteemed Canadian Squash Hall of Fame. All right. All right, Gordon. All right. Well done. Okay, we have another induction, and after this induction, we're going to be playing the women's semifinal with, I think somebody in that semifinal you might know. But coming up to introduce, first we got the video. Yeah, let's cue the video. Here we go. And to introduce, Clive is an 8-time Canadian Masters doubles champion and a dear friend of Clive's, Mr. Tim Griffin.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor, and Clive provides a lot of material. So it's really great to be here. When Clive asked me if I would do an introduction, I said, "Are you sure you want me to do this? I know an awful lot about you, and it's not all good." But he was up for the task. And the thing is, it goes back almost 60 years. When I was at Ridley College, I was a prefect going into grade 13. I was number 2 on the squash team the year before, all set to be number 1. And who shows up in grade 10? Came up to about here on me. The most cheeky, obnoxious, young, disobedient guy you ever met in your life. And he was number 1. So there was a lot of resentment there. And frankly, I could understand why his parents sent him off to boarding school. And these characteristics went on. I remember being up against Clive to love at least 3 or 4 times during the season. And sure enough, he came back. And I think most people here will recognize that look. The look. You've all seen it, right? That focus, that concentration, that furrowed brow. I'm sure his family knows what I'm talking about, his colleagues. That was Clive back in the 60s at Ridley. Yes, the 60s. I could not beat him. And so then we move on to his squash career. 35 titles. I'm not going to walk through them all, but incredibly impressive. Watching him at the Sheraton Center was a high point for me, watching him and seeing that look again on the court. The brow, the looking down, concentrating, the focus, the concentration, for which he is very well known. And his career is there for everybody to know about. His work in the WPSA, again, tremendous focus, concentration, distinguished addition, really gave a tremendous amount. And of course the Cambridge Club. Now Clive, as you noticed in the video, was the first professional at the Cambridge Club. But it wasn't all a bed of roses getting him hired there. Jim Bentley, who was his mentor and first coach, was determined to have him there, but most of the members who were from establishment, securities firms on Bay Street. Who is this reprobate? Does he live in a car or something? What is he consuming every day? How can he be our squash pro? Jim Bentley was adamant. You don't know this guy. This is a very determined, methodical, professional individual. And really the rest is history. What he's done at the Cambridge Club, not to mention the Adelaide Club, and the Toronto Fitness, or the Athletic Club, I guess, is really something. And surviving COVID was really something else. I presume he is going to survive COVID. Well on track. So, yeah, Clive has really distinguished himself in many ways. And the last item I'm going to mention is about his work with the Urban Squash in Toronto. This is where he's really made his mark in a philanthropic sense. And I've had quite a bit of experience in philanthropy, and I was on the board originally when we formed the organization. And if you know anything about philanthropy, you survive on donations. And starting up a charity like that is unbelievably difficult. You have great visions, but where are we going to get the money? And I was the director, and I said, Clive, maybe we should get together and talk about this a little bit. So let's go down to the Sheraton Center bar and have a beer. We don't want to do it at the Cambridge Club because we don't want to be distracted by the members. So we went down, we're seeing that little bit of small talk. And I said, Clive, this organization really has a lot of potential. And it's so great that you're taking on. But what it really needs is a statement, a really strong statement. Somebody's got to step up and make a large 6-figure donation. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. And Clive, that person is you. Now, I talked about the furrowed brow and the concentrated look. I could see the wheels turning as this granite-like face was forming. Oh my God, I think he's right. I think I am going to have to do this. I can't do this, I can't afford it. But to his everlasting credit, he did it. And he's done a great deal more since then and has contributed a lot. So Clive, I think this is one of your greatest achievements, quite frankly. And before I turn the microphone over to Clive, also one of the other great achievements is his family. And I know them all pretty well. And just, obviously going back to the Marianne days, they were a fixture here at the cricket club. tremendous contribution. And Ashley, Devin, just fantastic. Family, love them all dearly. And over time, we fortunately, very fortunately, got the sparkling Lorna to join the group. And what a terrific person. And what a couple they are. And my last word is about one of my best friends of all, Dylan Caldwell. Dylan, you're the best. Clive, if I nothing else from you, I contacted you over all these years. I want to thank you for doing it. So Clive, please come up and address the crowd.
Tim, let me start by saying that's the nicest you've ever been to me in about the last 60 years, so thank you so much for those comments. That was really lovely, particularly tying my family into the whole story. I, first of all, would like to thank Squash Canada and the Hall of Fame Committee for this great honor. The other recipients tonight, it's really great to be honored with all of them. I want also to just highlight one individual that is part of all of that I think has made the most remarkable difference in squash in this country since he's been involved with Squash Canada, and that is Jamie Nichols. Jamie is the CEO of Squash Canada. He has just brought this sport. He's got this portable court moving all over the country. He's just a remarkably focused and terrific guy leading this sport in this country, and I think we all owe him a great deal of gratitude. I'm going to just talk quickly about some of the areas, how this all started for me, but the most important thing is something that one of my fellow inductees, Steve Wren, said in some comments. It's really all about the relationships that I've made and that we've all made through this sport. And I'm just going to say a few words about those relationships and my start in the game, what happened. And I'm going to finish with a couple of comments about the game itself and where I think the game needs to be going and where it is right now. Firstly, as Gordon said, this is my home, the cricket club. This is where it all started for me. I started playing the game at 11 years old. My parents both joined here in 1949. I think they joined the skating club, which had, and they all came together in the 50s. But this is where I learned the game, and I started playing at age 11. As Gordon spoke about, we played with Billy McDonnell and Craig Benson, and again, what's so wonderful about this sport, we are all still very close friends. We still play golf together. We even play a little bit of squash together, very little, but we still do play the game. And I learned the game, as Gordon spoke, as we all did, from the great Jim Bentley, who has now passed. But he was the squash and tennis professional here. This is, he is the gentleman who taught me the game. His son, Jamie Bentley, is here tonight. He still is a member of the Cambridge Club, and he has had a lifetime at the Cambridge Club, now selling memberships, used to teach the game at the Cambridge Club, but like the rest of us, the body's just breaking down, but wonderful. And then Jimmy was the one who started the Cambridge Club, and I became the first professional. I started playing the game professionally when I was 21, and I played on the WPSA tour that I was instrumental in creating back in the 80s. I won 35 different events, including 2 World Hardball Singles Championship and a World Hardball Doubles at this club with the great Mo Khan, who was one of the great Khans that came out of Pakistan in the 50s. And I have in the Cambridge Club one of the best squash photos of all time with Mo meeting John F. Kennedy in the Oval Office. It's quite a picture. I also want to share with you a huge part of my squash background, because it was the hardball game, was in the United States. And as you all know, the last 4 or 5 months have been very, very difficult months for all Canadians as it relates to the United States and what has happened in their attitude towards our country. But those friendships down there remain. I am still very close to those American friends. Many of them are apologetic of what has happened, and I'm quite comfortable and confident, even though we may have our challenges for a while and there's a lot we need to do to make things better here. I think the American friends that I've made, I am convinced, are going to remain lifetime friends and will be an important part of my life as I move forward. I also want to say, as a part of that playing squash professionally, how important, and Tim talked about my children, how important my children and my family was. We traveled together all the time, and the kids would always get at least one plane trip a year or 2 a year, and they might be only 5 or 6, but I'd have them out on the road with me, and I'd leave them to watch squash games. But it was a really wonderful part of my life. However, my children really haven't stayed to the game. They're not really, Devin plays a little bit, but not that much. The only hope that I have is my grandson Harrison, who is with my wife Lorna down there. He's going to be 5 in the next month. And my daughter and the family are members of the New York Athletic Club already, and they start a junior program in about a month. So I'm hoping that Harrison will be the key linchpin to keeping the Caldwell family playing squash. The Cambridge Club then became the next thing for me, and I had the opportunity to buy the Adelaide Club. And then the Cambridge Club in '91 and the Toronto Athletic Club. I have to tell you, I have been so deeply touched by the staff and the members that have turned out today. I just can't tell you how moving it's been. Norm and John coming down from Collingwood. David, I'm just really thrilled that you've come. Earl, I think you probably came from Marnie more than me, but I'll still, it's just been so touching that you've all come to share this with me. Some of the really senior people in our company are here. Karen Malone is here, our CFO, and our 3 GMs. And the thing that's sort of unfortunate, Tyler Hamilton, who is really, was one of the better squash players in this country, and now really a world-class marathoner, was the #1 Canadian in last year's Boston Marathon. He's the only one of the GMs with a squash background. I don't know how the other 2 got it there, but the other 2, Lauren and Callum, are both tennis players. So I think both their rackets background is part of what has made them so successful. So it's really been a great thrill to work with all of you. Squash remains a very important part of our clubs. We're really more fitness, social, medical clubs, but squash remains very, very important, and it has come back very strongly. We have well over 1,000 squash members in our 3 clubs at this point, and I really want to thank who they've all come, the 3 professionals in the clubs, Josh McDonald, Lawrence Delasso, and Martin Heath, who have done such an incredible job with these programs. And as Tim said, my late wife was a very important part of this club and was the president of the Toronto Cricket Club many, many years ago. And somehow I got blessed with a second marriage to a woman that most people go, how in the world did you figure out how to end up with Lorna? She's such a beautiful and accomplished woman, and I love you, and I thank you so much for being my partner. Urban squash has been such an important part of my life, and I'm really, I suppose, proud of it in that than anything else that I've done in my life. We had an incredible fundraiser last week and raised $300,000 on that single night. It's now about $1 million program helping children and students and their families in the Jane Finch community, and many of them have come out tonight. And there are a couple of people that I just want to thank. One is a gentleman named Don Guilfoyle, who is not here tonight, but without his efforts, the association, the charity would not have survived. But perhaps the most important is the current executive director, Brent Adamson, who is here and has brought a number of reports. He's just done such an incredible job. But again, I will remind you, squash background. We first hired him as a squash pro. So if you have a good squash background, it helps you in the future, I'm telling you. You know, this is a program to really help these students with their education first and foremost. We've got scholarships for them in a lot of universities, and we've just received in the last 6 months $1 million grant from the North Pine Foundation that we are giving $2,500 from grade 9 to grade 12, $2,500 a year for those successful students to use that for university and college going forward. So it has really become a remarkable charity. The one thing I ask every single squash player, and as Tim just talked about, we need your money. We need your money. And anybody that plays squash, give us something every year. We do, everything you give, you get 50% off. It's a charitable gift. We had, it was a $350 ticket sale for last week. We'll be doing it again. As a squash player, I think everyone should do everything you can to support this wonderful program. I want to finish with just my comment about the sport itself. Like Gordon, I have been playing the sport for 62 years, and a lot has changed. There were 2 basic games, 2 size courts, 2 tins, two scoring systems. And I wanted to show you, this is the racket that we all used to play with. That's it. Doug Whitaker is here, gave me this racket. And this is the racket I used to sell when I was the squash professional at the Cambridge Club. When I became the head of the WPSA in the 80s, I got this racket made. And this was the very first oversized racket that was made. But the powers that be refused to acknowledge this racket, and it was not allowed to be used in regular play only by the professionals because the governing bodies were just very cautious and nervous. The sport is now an Olympic sport. It's a huge moment for this game of ours. So it's a great opportunity. But we're still in a little bit of a competition. Pickleball, we all know pickleball has just exploded. Padel or paddle, which is really strong in Europe, is coming here. Everybody is looking for more and more people to play their games. And I think we still need help to make our ball an easier ball to hit. These balls are pressurized, they bounce. Squash, you've got to warm it up, and I think the governing bodies have got to find a way to improve the ball and make it an easier game to play. It is really my great honor to have been selected as part of the Canadian Squash Hall of Fame. I just cannot thank you all enough for coming out today. It has meant the world to me, and I thank you so much for this great honor. Thank you.
Okay, folks, while they're taking their photos, I'd like to say that Clive Caldwell is now an official member of the esteemed Canadian Squash Hall of Fame. All right, now, what Clive said about Urban Squash Toronto, it's an unbelievable organization. Who here, put your hand up if you think you could donate $25 or more every year. Come on, $25. We got a few hands. I think more hands should go up. If we all donate a little bit, the difference it makes in these kids' lives is phenomenal. And there's a lot of the kids here, so please donate. Okay, we got a great big match coming up now. Robin's going to introduce the players. Woo-hoo!
Okay, guys, we're gonna take 5 minutes, and then we're gonna start the next match of intros. I'd like to ask if you are sticking around in the stands, just make sure to huddle together. Everyone in the front 2 rows, I'll ask you to move if you're not a sponsor or a lanyard holder, please. Now, I haven't had a chance to address you guys yet tonight, so I'm going to take my opportunity now as Squash Canada is busy dealing with the Canadian inductees. As the players warm up, Clive mentioned a lot about how it takes a village to organize a professional athlete, and it takes a village to organize an event like this. And so I'd really like to just first start off by saying that to get the glass court and the stands and the concessions and the hospitality, it does cost a lot of money. And without our sponsors, this isn't something that is possible. So right now, I just would really like to thank our title sponsors, Connor, Clark & Lund, Private Capital. They're all sitting up here in the front row. Mike Flux, thank you so much. This has been an incredible event, and he's kind of the great crowd around wanting to continue to sponsor events. So thank you so much. Our presenting sponsor this year is KPMG. You guys all know them from Tuesday House League, Women's Socials, Mondays. They're a big part of the squash community here at the club, and we love them very much. So thank you so much. Some of them are in the crowd right now. Katie, Dan, Gavin, and Mike Flugel are kind of the four main partners that have really put together a really great opportunity for us here. So please give a round of applause to KPMG. For those of you, we have 5 gold sponsors. For those of you who participated in the tournaments and you noticed the swag that you received, that's from Cloth Studio. He's a great member, Rafan Siraj from Cloth. I don't know where he is, he's right here, but he really stepped up this year with everything. So thank you so much, Rafan. Solutions to Go is Steve Turvey and Oliver Bach. Guilfoyle Chronicle Wealth and the Guilfoyle family, Andrew, Blair, Kathy. Thank you so much for continuing to support squash here. This PSA event, as you know, is usually run in February, and we brought it into the glass court event. It's going to come back to the regular scheduled time next year. Thank you very much for supporting us as always. We've got Carlo Marie, I don't know if you're here from Ernst & Young. Carlo, thank you. And finally, we also have Rob Maxwell, who is a master squash supporter from Arrow Capital Management. Rob Hart, thank you. Thank you. So without these sponsors, we would not have been able to raise $200,000 plus to put on an event like this. It does cost that much money and more. And that's why clubs like this, without the volunteer and member support, we just can't run them. We're lucky at the cricket, we run on volunteerism and fundraising. So thank you so much. It makes my job easier. You guys are amazing. Enjoy this next match.
women's semi-final match. Toby Tessel front trying not to serve. Nikki Todd of Ireland, Nikki Todd of Canada to receive just 5 games. Low ball. Down and out. 1-all. Down. 2-1. And out. 2-4. Out. 3-4. 9-7. Guilfoyle. This leads 1 game to love. No ball. One love. Two love. was good. 5-3, right side. Premier round, pas tout seul, no ball. One ball.
All right, what do you think?
Slow ball. And that, long ball. 7-6. Smith, 7-9.
Another induction, everybody gets settled in. Everybody grab a drink and come on back. We've got one more induction to the Hall of Fame, so grab a drink and come on back. One more men's semifinal coming up. Have a great day. Come on back, folks. Okay, folks, let's come on back. We've got one more induction, and then another men's semi-final match. So everybody, come on back. Get your seats. A lot of people mulling around over here. There's lots of seats to be had. Okay, everybody, come on back, grab your seats. We're going to carry on with the next Hall of Fame induction. Okay, folks, last call. Come on back, get your seats. Everybody, get in your seats here. Okay, folks, we're going to keep going with the last induction to the Hall of Fame right now. Should we roll the video? Okay, Jane X. Should we roll the video? So, yeah, let's get this show going right now. Okay, Steve is a fellow Kiwi, very good friend, and apparently they share a lot of the same life values. Now, you might have to ask them what that means, but to introduce Steve, Mr. Murray Christensen. Traditional Maori walk. Oh, one is okay, kia ora, which is welcome to Maori. Test. Test. Yeah, right up to your neck. Okay, kia ora. Tēnā koutou. Okay, that's Haere Mā. This is a traditional Maori welcome. Steve and I are both Kiwis. Those of you who speak don't know that already. And welcome to the celebration of induction of Steve to the Canadian Hall of Fame in squash. Steve and I first became friends when he won in 1986, and he became part of the team up at Castle Court. At that time, we were hosting the Canadian Championship, I think, and we also were doing the Men Cup and Drakenwa. And Steve was very much a part of those tournaments. Steve is on a level, with all his work that he's done, he brought the level in Canada of squash, improved the participation and the organisation of these tournaments. He was amazing and continues to be amazing. Luckily, amongst all of that squash, I have no time how he found time, but anyway, Steve met his lovely Helene, and more importantly, another Kiwi became a Canadian. During his time in Toronto and Ottawa and now Montreal, Steve has shaped more than one generation of Canadian squash players to impressive national and international levels and results. He must be a good coach. All of his 3 children have gone to be national level players in their own right. That ability probably comes from his wife. As a player, we all know Steve was absolutely amazing. We repeated national champion, I think, about 5 times, US champion 6 times, all in different age groups. Also, he was a medal winner in, I believe, Hong Kong, Tehran, and the Netherlands. All amazing achievements. And it hasn't stopped there. He's still playing, so there's more victories to come, I guess. And he has now succumbed to the temptation of doubles. So I'm unavailable as his partner, although he hasn't asked me. As we all know, Steve is an amazing sportsman on and off the court. They don't make many like him. And has always been one to lend a hand to squash in the communities, like up in Gatineau, where he he started a junior program up there, which was pretty fantastic, and is also involved with the PSA championships up there. And of course, then he became a member of the board of Squash Canada for 9 years, and 3 years acted as the president. Amazing achievement.
given so much. As a player, it's okay to be a player, but to give back to the game is really something else. And he's the kind of person the Hall of Fame was designed to create. He's the epitome of someone who thoroughly deserves to be there. And I say, on behalf of all the Canadian squash community, put your hands together for the latest Hall of Fame member, Steve Grant.
I noticed Clive actually started back here and finished out here. That's how you deliver a good speech, right? My God, this is it's humbling, of course. It's an important part of a journey that started for me a long, long time ago. Of course, New Zealand, as Murray mentioned, New Zealand has contributed a lot in the way of players and administrators and referees and guided the game through along like has Canada. And it's been an honour to come out of the New Zealand system, come over to Canada here and have an opportunity to carry on that journey through a series of different methods as a coach, player, an administrator and so forth. Merci pour l'honneur et pour c'est un gros bonjour pour tous mes amis de Canada, côte à côte, aussi. Et mon famille de squash de Québec aussi, c'est 20 ans, en cas de 20 ans, inclus dans la région de Québec pour mon exercice avec l'espoir de squash. Mais c'est très important pour moi et pour ma famille aussi. It's a great honor, of course, to be with this esteemed group of people who have also given so much of their lives to the sport. And not just on today's celebration, but in the previous ceremonies. And this all is really starting to become quite a team of close friends and acquaintances, and it's a beauty to be part of. Now, I could say I may be the black sheep of your group, okay? Because I came at it from a slightly different perspective. My journey in squash started in New Zealand as a 10-year-old. My parents moved to a home next door to a squash club and tennis club. Played both, of course, but I was so shitty at tennis, the ball kept going so far away. At least in a squash court, I only had 21 feet to walk and go and get it. So squash took my love, but it also allowed me to make relationships, and I met friends who have become lifetime friends for me as a youngster. The beautiful thing of being a junior squash player is that you're always involved with people of different ages, different sexes, different genders, and it's such a diverse and inclusive game, and it's getting better than what it used to be. So we've come a long way. I've got people who I see on every trip I go back to New Zealand, and they're friendships that have stayed for life, and I've got those same friendships here in this country across from side to side. I started in a junior squash program, much like many people, with a volunteer coach in a key club that we used to put 20 cents in the meter so the lights would turn on, and when we didn't have any money, we would play in the dark. So it's good for the eyesight, but it's not helping me today. I want to shout out to good friends of mine who I grew up with playing squash. Blair Michelson, Brent Marriott, Justine Marriott, And Brent and Justine's father, Bruce Marriott, who was our coach back in Sumner, which is Christchurch, and he led us the way, and he showed us how to play squash tournaments, but he also showed us how to do tournament control. We were 12, 13 years old, and he'd throw the pen at us and make sure you take care of everyone and get them on the court and get them off and get them refereeing. It hasn't changed today, right? Maybe a bit more digital, but the concept's there. Then I came over to Canada. I had a World Junior Champs in Calgary, which was an amazing experience, life-changing for me. And I've said it to some young people who I get to see represent Canada. They go overseas, and I want them to understand just what a World Junior Championship can do. It did a lot for me. It changed my residence, and it opened me up to another country that I wanted to explore. Look, New Zealand's a beautiful place. But coming over to Canada, we share so many principles and values together that it's not a difficult place for a Kiwi to slot into. And when squash is there, and there's a club with open doors, and people like Murray Christensen, who has built his life around relationships in the squash community, it's easy to just continue that method. And here we are today, 4 decades later, still enjoying the presence of friendships that I've had in this game for life from sport in Canada. So, back then, Canadian squash was burgeoning. There was growth and participation, a lot of new clubs, the warm welcome extended, and there was a ton of respect. And I saw that squash pros even got paid money in this country. And I'd never seen that before. At home, it was always volunteer, and it would drive people nuts, of course, but they keep going back to do it. Here, we make some money. Incredible. Okay. When I showed up in Canada with 3 of my good friends, Richard Petrie, Calvin Kennedy, bless him, rest in peace, Calvin, and Robert White, we bought an Oldsmobile Delta 88, and we drove that around through the west coast, and in fact from Tijuana, up through Tahoe and up to Vancouver and through the Rockies 3 or 4 times, and tournaments backwards, forwards. And that car got us all over the place. We slept in that car, we had dinners in that car, we had breakfasts in that car. And I can tell you, for a young squash pro out there looking for a little help with what to do, when you get to a club, if you tell them you sleep in a car, you're guaranteed to get a bed, a meal, and your clothes clean. So that strategy worked really well for us. And we played that one. We didn't even sleep in the car at the end, but we kept telling them we did. Oh boy. Anyway, that was a 6-month trip that started in 1986, and 39 winters later, I'm still here. So, Mum, I'm really sorry about that. My walkabout's still going on, and I'll be home pretty soon. Thanks for your patience, Mum. I talked about the relationships, but I want to say again, squash provides so many of life's experiences that we take into the other things that we do, right? Challenges, aspiration, satisfaction, disappointment, perseverance. But the most fulfilling for me is those relationships that come out of it, where acquaintances turn into mates, and some of you are here. It'd be wrong for me to try and pick everyone out, but I've gone through many years together with some very close friends who have helped me and my wife and my family along. And that means places to stay, trips to the club, meals back at home, cleaning those clothes. I want to point out Ted McLean and Nancy, Pierre Olsen and Helena Olsen, and my close friend Gainsey, Shane Adams. We'll go back quite a few years where Shane came over, did much the same as myself. He's just a young Kiwi, told people we slept in a car, looked for a bit of help and pity. But we tried something a few years ago, didn't we? The Premier Squash League. It was our first start at getting things organised. Chris Hussey, Shane, myself, Premier Squash League, make some money for the pros in the city. get a draft system going, and the TND Association didn't like that so much with this little versioning off the side. But anyway, we all came together and had some bloody good finals down in the Mayfield Lakeshore. But those were good old days running the PSL with you, Gansy. Excuse me. I did love the organising side of squash. I mean, as a player, but I coached, and I loved the coaching side as well. And I had this experience to have time spent with 3 Hall of Famers, Shihara Razee, Graham Riding, and Jonathan Power. And in those days, these guys were all running through the system very, very quickly to become world-class players in their own right. It was a hell of an experience for me as a young person to try and figure out how to coach these X-Factor players. Jonathan, maybe an X-Factor person too, but you know, they're very special because they drove me to figure out ways to be able to help them. And together we had some great experiences, and I cherish those times, Graham, and it's still really important to me. Jonathan, obviously not here, because you would have seen him by now. You know, Jonathan came and lived at home with us for a while when he needed to be close to the squash courts at Curzon's, and Elena put herself out there to take care of that young man while he was dropping out of school and trying to learn how to be a squash pro. And put credit to Elena for all the effort you put into Jonathan and his teenage years. Could go on, the junior squash program at Sportec. I want to thank Sportec, Mrs. Sportec, and there's a need de la club Sportec. C'est très important pour moi. J'étais dans Montréal maintenant, mais c'est très important pour mon visite, pour retourner à la club et pour l'opportunité pour prendre une bière proche de bar. Couple of things. A few of you here might know about a band called Scared Sheepless. You know, things that happen in squash go off and outside the squash court and outside the clubs. And the type of things that we can get ourselves into, I'll share one little story with some of the members of our band, Scared Sheepless. They're here tonight, and thank you for coming. There were 8 of us celebrating a mate of ours. We've been out around the city to a few nightclubs and bars, and we had a limousine, and we got to Lee's Palace, and there was a long lineup. It's winter time, it's cold, and we thought, you know what, we don't want to stand outside here, so let me take care of this. And we went up to the bouncer and said to him, listen mate, I've got my band here, okay, we're from New Zealand, we're called Scared Sheepless, and probably most of these people in the lineup have tickets to see us tomorrow night. Oh, really? Yeah, so can you do something about letting us get in there? Come on in. Okay, limo door opens up, everyone files out. I said one thing, make sure you cover your head. You don't want them to know. We got in there, and that was a squash group doing things that squash players do. That was a hell of a lot of fun and a memorable night. I need to add as well, not one of us could play a stitch of music, okay? But they believed, and that's part of the convincing when you're a squash pro and you need people to join your Monday house league, your box league, get some lessons, and play in that damn tournament on the weekend as well. You've got to convince people what to do, right? Okay, look, squash has brought me to Canada, it allowed me to stay in Canada. Canada has given me a hell of a lot, and I thank you all for the support and friendship and opportunity. I need to thank Lolly Gillen for grabbing me and taking me to the side of Squash Canada and being part of that organisation. I never thought I'd stay in there 9 years, and you've always encouraged me, forced me sometimes, threatened me as well. And I've appreciated every moment and every email and every text. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Lolly. who came through the squash system, as was mentioned earlier. All of you have done some fantastic things. Let me list a little bit, if I may. Canada Winter Games for Quebec, Ontario and Quebec provincial titles, many of them. Pan Am Champs medals, and even a under-19 Scottish Junior Open title to Dominic Wren, winning 12-10 in the fifth, beating the defending champion. Talk about proud times, right? One thing about having children who go through the squash and being a parent but also being a coach is what we're looking for from our kids as they become young adults. And not everyone is going to be a champion, of course. Not everyone even keeps playing squash. And in Canada, we have to deal with our attrition of young players. But one thing that I'm super, super proud of, and this is probably the best accomplishment of what I think I've done, is that my 3 children are members of the squash club. And that to me represents what the process for junior pathway is all about. Because if we don't have members in our club, we don't have much of a squash club. And really, whether you're A, B, C or D, left-handed, right-handed, middle-handed, doesn't matter. But if you're a member of the squash club, this squash is in a good state. So it's an important thing to me, and I value your choice as adults to pay for your own damn memberships. That about wraps it up. But I hope I've read the room properly, because there's one more thing I'd just like to give back. Yeah, so before I go there, this is for my parents, to my mother Marita, and my late dad Gavin, and my beautiful sisters, Shell and Hales, who are watching in New Zealand at the moment, my brother-in-law Craig and James, and other good friends who are watching through the old YouTube channel there. In New Zealand, we have a mark of respect, a gesture for how we like to pay back and respect the friendships and the competitors that we make with each other. It's an important part of New Zealand's culture, and it's a little bit of recognition for what I've taken from Canada and received and enjoyed, and so I'm going to give something back. And I hope you enjoy this. This is a mark of respect to all of you for being beautiful people who are very close friends. And thank you for coming along. Merci beaucoup.
All right. It's we're going to interact here. What I need is the ladies to be slapping on their hands on the thighs, right down. And the men, we need the men now to start banging their feet. Keep this going, this time. We got it? Yeah, we got it. Not too fast. Not too fast. All right, here we go. See Canada. Come that thing, come that thing. Come that thing, come that thing. Come that thing, come that thing.
Well, no, I think we already want to say something about Shimon.
This is the Connor Clark and Ron Private Capital Guilfoyle PSA Squash Classic 2025. Men's semifinal match. Abdulrahman Nassar of Egypt to serve. Joseph White of Australia to receive. First to 5 games. Go. 4-6.
Done, man.
5-6. Still play. 6-0. Stop, please. Ladies and gentlemen, can we just give a little bit more silence in the room, respect for the players? Thank you. 7-6. 11-7. Game to Nassau. Nassau leads 1 game to 11. Nassau leads 1 game to love. Love all. Quiet, please. Nice and quiet. Thank you. 3-1.
Yeah, left.
4-1. Sports and answer, 5-1. Sorry, contact?
He stepped on my foot.
Yes, left. Yes, left, 4-1. Left box, 4-1. 4-1. You're right. I stand corrected, 5-1 to the left. Thank you.
On the third.
6-1. Stroke to right. Hand out. 2-6. Yes, left. 2-6.
Yeah,
6. Three, 6. Yes, left. 3-6. Yes, left. 3-6. Timeout. 7-3. Hello. 4-7. Strike play. He ran into him. He was ready to put it up. 5-7. Timeout. 8-5. Game to Nasser. Nasser leads to Guilfoyle. 1-2.
عادي عادي.
Are you asking for lead? Yes, lead. Great enough to play the ball, please. 5-3, left box, please. Left box. 5-3. No lead. Your line was to the left. No lead. 60. Thank you.
Go!
And out, 4-6. And out, 7-4. Start the last one. 6-8. Hand up, 10-7, game on. Yes, Dad? 10-7, game on.
That's not really minimal.
Ten-7, game on. 8-10, game on.
خليك سريع.
Vamos.
Yes, lads.
خليك سريع صح.
8-10, game on.
Come on, Joe.
Yes, lads.
خلاص يلا خلاص كمل.
You have to clear after that shot. 8-10.
نصار يلا دلوقتي. خليك سريع.
Step away. Come on! Dominic, last side, release, come on. One, white to serve, level. Well,
يلا نصار يلا.
One off. Two on. Yes, sir. 3-1. Start play. Hand out. 2-3.
يلا يلا.
Three on.
واحدة طويلة. واحدة بس طويلة. يلا. ايوه كده ايوه كده.
4-2. 6-5.
واحدة كمان.
Yes, he led. 7-6. Yes, led. We saw this clear. He was third, 7-6. Play on, please. And out. 8-7.
يلا يلا. صح 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 صح.
And up, 8-all.
يلا يلا طويل يلا طويل يلا.
And up, 9-all. Match ball. Score point. And up, 10-all. The player must win by 2 points. Sorry?
The movement there.
No. Ball was passed to. Hand up, 11-10, match ball. Wilton Anderson. 13-12, match ball. Next line. 13-12, match ball.
Miss.
14-13, that's one.
For the contact?
15 on.
It's okay, Joe. Good job.
That's right. 15 on.
We have the men's C, first, second, and third, and I was wondering if you would present the gold medal. Amazing. So if I could please invite onto the court, Roy Way, Dirk Holthausen, and Ronaldo Cook. Please come on the court. Your men's C, first, second, and third place. And if I could invite tournament co-director Robin Clark onto the court to give out a medal, that would be amazing. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so first up, please give a round of applause for third place. He's from Saskatoon. Ladies and gentlemen, Ronaldo Cook. I'm going to take the honor of giving second place. Please put your hands together for Toronto's Roy Way. And your champion, men's C champion, please put it together for Oakville's Dirk Holthausen. Presented by your finalists. Ladies and gents, one more round of applause, and then it's time for dinner and some dancing. Congratulations, everybody. Well done. Thank you. Oh yeah. One really nice photo. You can picture it if you want. Yeah, Robin's gonna say a few words.
Okay, guys, if you're hungry, head upstairs to the food hall. It's been turned into kind of a dinner soiree. Until 9 o'clock, the bar up there is open as well. And then at 9, we're gonna start the band up, and we're gonna clear all this area out. We're gonna create a bit of a party dance area, okay? So if you're hungry, head up to the food hall, and then we're gonna come back down to party.